Good evening. As always, it's Saturday night for me here in the UK. It's been a day. I know I have a lot of those, but each day seems to come with its own new extreme hassle that I wasn't expecting. But I've been busy today. I've done good things today. I've also, I think, injured myself a bit, but that's beside the point. Oh crap, I do need to go and quickly move something before the dogs do something stupid with it. Hang on. Be right back. Sorry about that. That would have been dangerous if I'd left that and forgotten it. I have a cardboard cutter, and basically it's a huge rotary blade. Well, it's not huge, but it's a like 7 centimetre rotary blade that's really quite sharp. And it's got a couple of protectors on it, except for the 2 centimetres at the bottom, and where it actually does the cutting. And well, because it's such a pain in the ass when you've got the safety on it, you take the safety off and you use it. And of course I put it down, hadn't put the safety back on, so they could have bitten it. Not that I would hope that they would, but, you know, last thing I want is them chomp, chomp, grind. And I put it on the stairs, because that was where I was kind of working. And so if they'd chomp, chomp, grind, there could have been a real catastrophe. So, sorry about that. Right. Now, we got to, yesterday, we'd done some bobbins. Not many, but we'd done some bobbins and they were looking fine. I where the hell did I put that? Seriously, oh, there it is. As you can tell, I really do need mental help, sometimes. Because I put things down and literally 1 second later my brain has no idea where, what, why, even if I'm staring at it. I really am absolutely useless. So today we're going to wind more bobbins and see how far we get, really. Obviously I'm introducing them as we go. And I really had a fear I'd screwed up yesterday when I was looking at the picture. Because, of course, the picture has pins in the way. And it can mask some of the things. And it really looked like I'd screwed up. But it's right at the top that's going to be inside the strip that I was going to put across the top to support the, what I say weight, but we know it's going to weigh nothing. But effectively, the weight. And so it's going to be inside something. So even if I need to get over this bit. I mean, I do not want to leave mistakes as a whole. As we all know, it is a continuous battle of, but I want it to be perfect versus I'm also human. And because obviously with an awful lot of it, you can't see you've screwed up till you take the pins out and basically you're not prepared to go back that far. Yeah. Now, I haven't wound any more bobbins, I do confess. I was even 2 hours ago, I was noting how reasonably paced today had gone, because of course I've done lots of things I didn't want to do. And so, you know, today I've seemingly done a lot. Yeah, but none of the things I wanted to do. Some of the things I had to do, not going to deny that, but not things I wanted to do. And this is part of being an adult, I know, but it doesn't mean we have to like it, of course. That's how that works. So, yeah. I'm going to say my day today has been disappointing as a result, because of course I haven't done things I wanted to do. But I am slightly glad I've done some things I should do. Why is that only... No, that's right. That's right. Brain farts. You know how my brain works by now. Anyway, it is time, shall we say, to see where we're at. It still doesn't look straight. If I straighten that bit of lace so the, like, this top line is straight for you, this isn't. So I just... Is it because it's lifted up a bit? Yeah, I think it is. Because I spent a lot of time trying to straighten it, so... Because we've got a metre of it to do, and it doesn't matter if it does curl slightly to one side or the other because of the size of it. By the way, my big one's shipped. This is a big one, do not get me wrong. I mean, where's my tape measure? Because I'm going to need it in a minute anyway. How long is this one? So this roller is 40 centimetres long, right? So, I mean, obviously you can't see it quite, but there you go, that's the whole length of the roller. The next one is this much bigger, and will be big enough, arguably, I mean, to make my lace curtain in one piece. Now, we all know that Lizzie's really not mentally prepared for that. But what it does mean is, should I need more bobbins, there's more for them to be on. And obviously still to park things at the side. And, well, I've got 2 windows next to my front door. I know, I've not even done like a postage stamp of this one. Shut up, I know that. But the general principle will be is that once maybe I've done this, or even as a side project for when I'm getting a little hacked with this, because it's going to take a while, so you know, side projects are a thing. I might make using some thicker thread, because it is wobbly glass, the one that you can't really see through. So there's no point having fine detail on it because, well, it's a waste. But I could make out of really thick cotton. So almost like my weaving cotton that I was using that's totally inappropriate for the weaving. I've got some really thick cotton, and I can always order more, of course. And make something to go on the inside of that. Because it does show slightly from the outside, as can be told by the dead plant that you can see from the outside. It looks like a snake now. It was a cactus, I should point out. It came with a house. I can't say I was in great love with it, but it came with a house. I have now killed, I think, all plants that came with a house. It's taken me 6 years. That's a personal best. Which reminds me, I really ought to water the plants in here tomorrow. Well, I really ought to have watered them last week, but that's not the point. I tend to do my waterings on Sunday. It helps to remember to do them on a Sunday, right? Having a day of the week for watering my plants is It worked really, really well for my orchids. The house came with 3 orchids, and I kept them alive for, well, till earlier this year, where I forgot to water them for about 3 months. Yeah, but I kept them alive for like years, and one of them was absolutely thriving. But it's in a room I'm not in very often, which is kind of pants. But I need to clear some stuff out of here now. It's not a doom pile, for those who are automatically assuming it's one of my doom piles. It is a kind of doom pile, but it's not a doom pile. But there's a couple of boxes of yarn for weaving next to my radiator. In front of that is what looks like a bookcase for the cones to go on. And then in front of that is a table with a pile of stuff for lace making on it. So it's not really a doom pile, but it is kind of a doom pile. Really. So, time for some action. let's turn some music on for you, because, well, we can, and it helps if you come along and speak to me. So for those who are on YouTube who don't know, we listen to different music to you, just because my earphone tends to pick up different, tends to cut out if I don't, but also I get to listen to the interesting music that's copyrighted and you can't. So let's kick this off. I'm not saying it's great music, but it's copyright music, so it can't be recorded. Right. Let's move my skizzers. Don't fall over, stupid tomato. Which box are you? I didn't write on you. Oh, you're the other tape measure. It's made a gap around my put you a bit further back there a minute. I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm moving my thread holder. By the way, you still can play with the cameras if you want. Cameras are definitely still playable. So I haven't been counting them, dumbass. I want to put that over here. Now I've got to measure. So one, two, three, four. Snip. Pin in, you idiot. Right, we've done you. I'll make you nice and long so that we can find you. Like this. So, as always, this is part of the most boring part of any crafting thing, the setup of it. Go on, if you like my left hand so much, come on, play with it. So I can zap you. Zappy zappy. Nothing will give me greater satisfaction than to zap you, wherever you may be. Ooh, was that it? Or was that just a piece of fluff in the world? Didn't look like a fly. Can't see the little bugger. He was around earlier. It was on my monitor earlier. Briefly. Not long enough that I got to see him, of course, you understand. Determined to get this stupid fly. Anyway. I mean, if I knew of a substance that absolutely repelled flies, I'd happily bath in it right now. They annoy me so much. Sure, I just saw him then. Two. Three. Bugger off! Go on. It's like they've all got, it's like they've got like a drunken dare thing going. Dare you to go flicker, dare you to go flicker. Go on, you know, 50 quid if you can land on her hand, you know. I really should be twisting them first, shouldn't I? Doesn't really matter. Missed you, you little shitbag. Come on. Problem is, I don't want to whack my monitor with it, but at the same time, he does quite like the monitor, so. Because, of course, it's hot, so. I wouldn't mind, but normally about now they've gone to bed. But they don't normally hassle me this late at night. I assume it's because the light's on and they're like, ooh, exciting, what's happening, what's happening. Ooh, somebody bit the dust. That wasn't me, that was definitely a fly type object. Or it was something that flies anyway. Maybe it was the fly. There's always hope. I can always hope that it was Mr. Fly. No, there's still one around. someone else bit the dust. But it wasn't the fly, because he's here. Well, each one is one less, you know. They're not all flies, they're probably little tiny midges of nothing that were minding their own business and that I didn't really care about, you know. But Mr. Fly is still here, I've just spotted him. He's just doing a quick tour of my desk. And about to try and land on my arm. No, thought better of it. It's funny, the moment I said landing on my arm, he flew away. It's like he understood. Missed him. Right, that was the end of the bobbins that had nothing on. Now we've got the bobbins that had something on that now need to not have something on. So I've now got to unwind these, which isn't hard, just adds more fur. Now don't stand on it, dog. Don't need dogs standing on my thread to make it all tangled. making a real hash of picking up these bobbins, so I thought I'd try the other way around, which is to lift the arses up and making a hash of that and all. So yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's right. It seems to be fuller than usual. I'm stopping at this line because, well, I know it's an arbitrary spot, but it's before it comes round the front too much. But it also means that I can keep an eye on without having to move things around. I mean, I could easily move it up a little chunk, but I've got plenty on the go. Oh. I mean, we're not even down to the first inch. I mean, it is an inch, to be probably fair on it. But it's kind of web. That's right, rain farts. And so no, I didn't put an extra layer of varnish on, so let's hope that it doesn't wear off on it too much. So hopefully you're all alright out there in internet land. Right. Someone else dying. Excellent. before you wonder, I do live near water, so there are quite a few bugs that kind of like to live around here. You know, I'm not being too weird about it. Well, as we know, we've had quite a few visitors over the months so far. I spent many years not being able to discern one word in this. A specific word, not any word, a particular word. That one. Now I know what it is. It's obvious. But I couldn't hear it. It's one of those things where you heard every syllable of every word except that one. Technically, I think you would argue it was two birds. I couldn't... Because the sentence is, and it chills me to the bone. It's not what I couldn't hear a single bit of that. So while I'm not that talkative, you are still, please feel free to ask questions. Well, it's quite a lot of it is happening off screen because I don't have 29 cameras and all the rest of it. And to be honest, this is the interesting bit. No, don't cut it. Don't after all that, cut it. No, that was close. I mean, to be honest, if I did, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Just stick a knot in it. 1, 2, 3. I do hope 4 meters is enough. 4. I do hope 4 meters is enough. Well, at the end of this strip, we'll know. Then we'll know if we've got way too much left over, or we ran out. We have a choice. We either then start another strip and pretend that we hadn't done that one, or we add threads, or we know we can wind less next time round. That's the plan. I'd like to think 4 meters is plenty to make a 97 centimetre strip. They always say 3 times, but it does depend on what you do in the middle. So we shall see. This should be fairly easy for it though. I feel sceptical momentarily. No, it's the same one. Sorry, for some reason my brain's telling me this isn't the spider we did. Oops. Come on, one less spam bot in the world. Also, Twitch usually fairly on it. Put you up here. You over there. Oh, spam bot's dead. Pick up a pen. What's the end of my tape measure? There it is. One. Two. Three. So we did you. Time for a new pin. This looks to be halfway, by the way, people. Just for your interest. So technically, that might be half our bobbins done. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Halfway. There you go. I really should have done something with those middle dots to make them more obvious. They're the middle. I mean, they don't really mean anything, but it's easier for my brains. You know, it's easier on our brains if there's a line down the middle. I mean, technically there is. Once we get to the motifs, it will be more obvious where the middle is, but again, not that it actually matters. It's not like we do stuff with the middle other than put a motif in the middle of it. I've got to decide what I'm doing with this edge. Why? Well, you see, this will be the leftmost edge. And having the fluffy, roundy, weak edge is not a good idea. It's very tempting to add the gimp thread, i.e. a big fat one. But we haven't practiced that. We don't know what that looks like. Now, she says, remembering that we did do some test strip, she says not being able to see any of them because she's moved stuff around her desk so that she can do this. But we did do a hard edge. Let me pick up my pile of strips a second. Our pile of previous strips. My headphones. My tatting. Oh, is that it? Is that the one I wanted? See, here's one where we did picots down it. And that kind of worked, but I don't like picots, as we know. I thought we did another. Got lots of little bits of tatting square that don't matter for nobody. Have a bit of a tidy up here. Some hiding under things. My piece of paper instructions. Oh, is this it? No. There's one. So this was us and we did a hard edge on it. And I'm not convinced that that's not a good plan. I mean, it's not very tidy. But that's definitely a plan. So if I put that there, you can see it's got a thicker line with basically an extra pair of threads in it. That would mean needing another pair of bobbins. We could do something. We could do something. I'm sure we can work something out. Right. stuff back on my table before I cause too much chaos. Right. Another pan, yep. So, now we're on half number 2. Go us. Three. 4. Excuses. Why does this feel like love songs? This is not. It's supposed to be rock ballads. It feels more like love songs. Let's change our mind to. Try this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to switch to filling the others from the other side. Because, well, why not? It feels faster when you do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, you're going to be really bored for a while, so we'll fit you in here for now. Which makes this a bit crowded, but that's okay. Pick you down, pull you up. This is where I start worrying I've lost bobbins, because, you know, it's a thing. Wrong end of the tape measure, idiot. How did I do that? One, 2, 3. Is this the original or is this the Will Smith one? Oh. Gonna go, it's the original. Yeah. measure keeps twisting for some reason. 2, 3, 4. Hang on, let's take my ear thing off. Somehow I've got one hair caught in it. And it's not got anything really to catch on, does it? measure up 4 meters. One, two, three, 4. Missed. because you've knotted up. And that's a much harder knot than normal too. Shit. How do I do it? Well, shit. I'm not sure I can undo this knot. In theory, considering at no point could the thread do anything other than loop, you really would think it would be easy enough to undo all of these, but it's not, because this thread is tiny. Ooh, I might have made some headway. Hang on. Not as much as I'd have liked. Anything, now it's just a smaller knot. Because obviously it was a bigger knot, I've undone some of it, but now it's the tiniest of tiniest knots, and it's as tight as a duck's arms. Oop, something died good. I have to actually tie a knot in this bobbin because I'm not sure I'm going to be able to undo this. Yep, thread just broke, so that's the end of that. Well, shit. Well, you know the answer to that, don't you? Let's do a tiny, tiny knot. Let's do Nordical's knot. Yeah. You can always get to the knot and start a new thread. And why are you not seeing straight? Well, considering we've done over half, admittedly not a lot over half, but over half, having our first scrunchy knot that we couldn't fix, and now the slightly puffy bit is not my knot, that's just a slightly puffy bit, kind of surprising. Oh. hurts. Right. One, two, so you've already tried to knot up, haven't you? Let's knot. There you go. It's the wrong end. 3. 4. Something I haven't done. We put all the inch marks in so that I could make a graphic. I haven't made the graphic yet. What I could do is count the inches and just do a running total. Like, you know, 20 out of 106 or whatever it is. Oh, that's depressing. No, I need, hang on, I've got, hang on. So, there's 3 piles of bobbins there, that's 21. Sorry, 21 pairs, 42. I've still got all of these to wind. So I've got, well, each one of these dots is 4, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I've still got plenty to go, as you can see. Yeah. And then I'm making basically 7 meters worth, but I'm doing it in individual strips of 1 meter because we want to start with a kind of blank space and alternate the motifs at the top. So we have a long road ahead of us, but it is a new project. We are winding on our bobbins, and as you can see, these were in a previous project. Well, they were in the test strips for this one, and so we are unbundling of their previous contents to start off with nice long strings for this one, so that we hopefully don't run out in the middle. You know, that would be nice, not to have to do joins in the middle. I'm still not entirely confident on that because the amount you need kind of varies a lot. There is no true rule, so it is proving to be painful is the word. I've had 1 bobbin on winding it on because I'm putting 4 meters on each bobbin. And, well, when you measure off 4 meters of thread and it goes in the middle, it made a knot that I couldn't undo, which was the first, to be honest, which was quite a surprise, because normally thread does that a lot more. Because, to be honest, winding off 4 meters and having it floating around while you wind it on is not really a plan. It's not kind of how this works. Because... you know, normally you put, while you do this and thread kind of sits there and minds its own business. When you don't want it to, it's like a coiled spring of doom. And yeah. And what you can't see off screen, because, well, I haven't got enough cameras and it's complicated. Well, and like me, right, I bet, even though obviously you let go of your needle occasionally, you are not consciously sitting there going twisty, 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 right? Yet somehow, into a knot at the back, right? These things, love it. What you can't see off screen is I've got a bobbin winder. It looks a bit like a speculum, but you shove your bobbin in, crank the handle, and it winds it on the bobbin. I usually do them by hand for short measures, but for longer ones and consistency, this is a good thing to have. I'm currently measuring out you know, so I'm currently measuring them out and winding them on and doing all sorts of things. So that. So I'm going to measure 4 meters of this. The first meter is always the worst. 1. 2, 3, 4. And the reason I got to measure 4 is I wind on 4, and then you have to measure 4 so you can wind 4 on the other half of the pair without a knot. Now the knots wouldn't kill me, to be honest, and to be honest wouldn't probably make it a lot easier if I didn't do this, but you know, trying to do the best that you can and all the rest of it. To be honest, winding 4 meters by hand would probably give me arm aches, so. Two, 3, 4. Scissors. Ooh. Oh, just a bit wonky. With fucking Amazon and love songs? I'm getting really sick of this. Can we have some non-love songs, please? This is not exactly the best song in the world, but it'll do. the bottom of this thread spool. Hooray! Well, the general rule that they always say is 3, so I don't want to run out. Given the length, I added a bit. But the problem I found is like everything. If you know, in cross stitch terms, if I only did half stitches, I wouldn't need the same amount as if I do half stitches, right? And the stitches that you do and basically how the threads travel around obviously can really affect how much thread it takes. Now, these little spider things here that you can basically see the zigzags for, there's a thing called cloth stitch, which basically makes, well, like cloth, it makes an uppy, undery, overy, undery thing. And that is one of the most intensive things you can do, other than tallies, because tallies suck. Tallies, obviously, well, with tallies, you take like a small area and you go backwards and forwards a lot. And obviously, that's really going to take a lot of thread out of a bobbin and go nowhere fast. So, with a lot of it, it is only a generalisation. And having not made this pattern in this length before, we are guesstimating at 4 metres. And, well, if I run out, we will swear like navvies. And decide whether if they all literally run out in one row, that's going to be bad news. And we'll have to start again, because that would just look too tacky. Or, as long as it's only a couple of them, it's not so bad, right? If it's too long, well, we can not wind on as much next time. It's a bit kind of hit and miss, so yeah, it's not a lot. There's no real way to calculate it, which is slightly annoying. I want to write a computer program that will, or at least as near as it can, you know. Hang on. I don't need to count this off. So, yeah, the idea being, of course, is that, you know, you don't want to waste too much, but at the same time, you know, it's you don't want to have not enough, because that's just annoying. And the threads, depending on the type of lace you're making. So in Buck's Point, the threads just wiggle and go down. In this one, they kind of bounce around like light beams. So it's not a straight path to the bottom. So again, it becomes awkward. And I kind of wanted to do Buck's Point, but it's too easy to screw up for me at this point. I mean, it's not that I can't do it. We've proved that I can do it. But it's too easy for me to make a mistake and then spend hours trying to work out why it's not working out, and then get annoyed and frustrated, because that's what happened to one of my test pieces. She says, looking around, it wasn't this one, it was the other one. Where's the other one gone? Hang on, sorry about that. Something took a dive off my table and bounced off the keyboard, and I didn't see what it was. I think I know what it was, but I can't see, because of course everything in this house is dark, because it's, well, midnight. A bit of that. I know roughly where it went. I mean, it was quite big. Oh, there it is. It wasn't what I thought it was. But it was the same colour, so put that back on there. Turn that off. Where's the thing that I had earlier? I covered it up, no doubt. Hang on, let me dig it out again. So. There it is. The problem is they're all so small and flimsy and whatever. Right, so this looks basically the same, but it's not. Now, hang on, let me zoomage in and go down a bit. So, with this one, as I say, it's kind of delicate and flimsy because, well, there's nothing really to it. But what happened was somewhere in here, I got out of sync, so that when I did the next line, it didn't line up properly, and I'd actually gone back, I'd gone down to about here. And it had gone wrong somewhere, and I went back a great chunk to try and sort it out, and I still couldn't work out, because what would happen when you do this one, you do kind of cross and twist and then put a pin in, but you don't, with this one, you put a cross and a twist so that you kind of make a thing around the pin. In this one, you just put the pin in and kind of leave it to it, which is why these don't tend to be quite as uniform. Because, well, nothing holds them still, whereas this, they're held still. Hang on, I'll have to turn my fan back on in a minute. But, because you do that, when you put pin in, obviously, there's nothing underneath the pin. Yeah, I know my camera keeps doing that because I waggle my hands around. But, so when I do this, for example, if I take these two, and I will undo it in a minute. With that one, you do this, and then you'd put a pin in. So if I do that now, like this, right, because that would go in here. As I move on, I use these two, and this pin is open, because there's nothing, you can't see it, of course, can you? Hang on. Scrolly, scrolly, scroll. So as you can see here, this pin then doesn't have anything underneath it, and that's how the test piece is made. Whereas with this one, undo that and then do this, this goes round the pin and it holds in place because of the pin, right? Well, when you kind of get along and you take the next two and you do your work and your pin's now covered, you know you screwed up. But you can't see how, because, well, it was right when you finished and put the pin in. But somehow now it's covering a pin, and well, hang on, and it just, I got, you know, in that tiny little stuff, I got to a point where I couldn't find out where I'd gone wrong. Well, I don't really want to be doing that for metre long bits, do I? I kind of do. I mean, it would be nicer. There's a lot of reasons why it would be better, but at the same time, if it's going to be that much pain in the butt, I'll take second place, you know. I mean, I don't like to take second place. So, who wants to guess if that's 8 metres of thread? Hang on, let me zoom back out because otherwise I'll get confused. Who wants to guess if this is 8 metres of thread or not? Because, be really annoying if it's not, won't it? Let's find out. Well, it goes with the style of the lace. So this is known as torchon. The other style, Buck's Point, is also known to the rest of the world, and you look like a mosquito. Well, you won't bite me. They don't like me. They don't live very long if they do. In fact, I'm sure you're a mosquito. Can't hear you though. Torsion is good because it's much easier to see where you've gone wrong. It's a lot easier. It doesn't wiggle around. It's easier to keep it very accurate because obviously you've got the dots on the paper. You pre-stab holes in the paper so that you can find the pinholes, so you're not stabbing around in the dark trying to place a pinhole. Torsion generally, although it doesn't have to be, is done with thicker thread than buck's point. Buck point and that's half the problem that I think we all have, is that while the pins are in it, you almost can't tell if you've screwed up. And it's only once you've taken the pin out, and once you've taken the pin out, I ain't going back that far. Yeah, life's too short for that. So I totally understand. And you know, I've tried a few stars of lace, and some are better than others in my opinion. So for example, if we were doing this in Flanders, I would need twice as many bobbins, but for nothing. And I'm sorry, but my life's short enough, and I have kind of bobbin anxiety, because while this works out to be just shy of 100 bobbins in total, it's 90 something of them. I think it's 94. It's whatever 6 times 14 is anyway. But it is one of those things, is that you do sit there with a bit of you going, I want it to be right. It's like every craft. We've discussed this a few times here, is that no crafter ever sits down to make a complete balls of what they're about to make, right? No one sat down to screw up their work, because it you know, your craft, my craft, many crafts take a really, really long time. And, you know, with all the best will in the world, they're not complicated to do per se, but getting them right kind of can be. And it is partly the repetition, because your brain wanders, you then screw it up, you then don't notice that you've screwed it up until later, when, well, it's too late now. And, you know, I can't show you a single piece I've made that doesn't have a mistake in it. And it doesn't, I have no pride in that, but I'm also happy with the work that I've done, in the, you know, if you think of many of the mistakes as a percentage basis, if you look at how many stitches that I do, because technically each pin, bar the starter pins, represents, for the ground dots here, 4 stitches. No, 6. Well, if you screw up one of them, well, that's already a small percentage. But then if you screw up like 1 in 6 inches, well, that's basically nothing. It's not an encouragement to just go, oh, well, never mind, it'll go away. If you spot it, fix it. But if you don't spot it, don't pitch yourself off a cliff because you made one mistake, right? And and because the threads are so tiny, I struggle. I have poor vision in general. I don't have any kind, you know, I'm not blind, I don't have cataracts, I don't have anything like that. I'm just incredibly short-sighted. But I do have brain farts because I'm autistic, and part of my brain fart is 2 identical coloured bits of thread on top of each other. I can't tell you which one's on top. So when they're twisted, I can't tell you which way round I twisted them. I know what I was supposed to have done, but 9 times out of 10 I don't seem to have, even though I'm pretty sure I did. It is one of those moments, is that torsion is a little bit more forgiving. And the way we're going to join these together, hang on, let me wind this bobbin and its friend. Well, to be fair, dear, I can't really tell when they're not twisted either. Hang on. Ooh, where did that go? Hang on. This is the problem when I tidy up. I can't find it now. Should be around here somewhere. There it is. Right. So, here we have kind of the general principle of what we're going for. This was when we were making auditioning motifs to go on our curtain, right? So this is the width of my window. I will probably do 7 strips just because we're going to do alternating strips, and analness here says even though I don't have OCD, it would look really funny to kind of not have them start and end on the same. We tried a number of joins and you can see the difference in the joins. So this one looked really good to start with. It just looked like a slightly bold line, but after washing it was a stupid idea. Washing it, it kind of scrunched. And what happens is these two were like 2 circles on top of each other, and I sewed round them kind of thing, like this. But I only sewed in an S shape, so there are flaps, and the flaps collapsed, which is why it now looks really bold. I mean, it's not hideous, but it could be a lot better. This was me doing a similar thing, but I only kind of went S on one side, so it would go, so you have the 2 things end on, and I'd kind of pick a hole here and come up, round, over, round, up, round, over. So I did that. This is me doing it both sides, and as you can see from the last 2, which are all the same, these 2 got washed. Sorry, this one got washed, which is why these ones, if you notice, they're slightly off colour. I don't know about cross stitch, but I never realised how much my hands tend to grime up until I did this. So this has a slight hue to it from being handled, and possibly from the colour coming off from the bobbins. But this is an unwashed one, as is this, and while this one's slightly more dog-eared looking, they are as good as invisible as I'm going to get. So this is the join we're going with, and believe me, it's a ball ache, because you have to do it by hand, and this weighs literally nothing. This which is why, of course, I washed these 3, because they really looked a little bit brown, and well, they did. Yeah, dental floss was kind of the look, so I had to stretch them out, which is why, if you notice on this corner, it's a bit scalloped, because when I had, the problem was because I still had ones to sew in, and here I had to pin every single one of the little loops. So if I show you what I mean on this one, because it's made out of bigger, thicker thread. Well, basically, yeah. But if you look here, you can see that if I zoom it in the boom away, right, you can see that there's little loops on the left there. Well, those loops on the left are the loops that get joined together. And they're not very strong, but, which is why this one's got some form of thing down the side. But, obviously, to keep that shape, I had to pin every loop. 15 years later. It was not a pleasant experience, and not one I care to relive in a hurry. We are, yeah, we are not happy with that. But, we will, this is the general plan. So, we have all of our bobbins, we have our stuff. Why are you so long? That's right, I had a bit of a moment then thinking I'd lost a bobbin, but it's here, so that's okay. Let me move my drink back out the way so I don't smack it over my computer. 12. Cool. Naughty Cat makes rope thingies. And he has made some really cool stuff. Hunt him down like a dog on Facebook, and on YouTube, I think. But he makes mats and rope twisty things. Hey, Mickey Kesme, how are you? Two. Three. Oh, it fits, dudes, it fits. I think I just won yarn chicken, really. This is the amount left. You can't even see it. Hang on. Because it's glued on, but there's basically next to nothing left, so that's a good thing. We won yarn chicken today. Yarn chicken's always a good game to win. Yeah, I was a good girl today. I tidied bits. Not a lot, but I tidied bits. And for those who know me, that's, you know, like the second coming of Jesus almost. It's kind of as common. Not wishing to despair on anyone's religion, but I have a real kind of allergic hate reaction. It is really traumatizing. It properly puts me into a huge mess. So the honest part of me says, ain't nothing like enough done, because the right person would have done that in like half an hour. But it took me too many hours. But I have cleared some stuff. I have doom piles. For those who do not know, I have doom piles. One of them is lovingly referred to as Mount Crapmore because, well, it's a bit of a mountain. It's not really a pile, it's definitely a mountain. But I have a couple of other piles. One pile is basically now waiting to go to the tip tomorrow. Because my lovely neighbour said that they'd do a tip run for me. Now, I am perfectly capable of doing a tip run. But it's like one stage too far. It's because I've got, you know, this aversion to tidying and well, housework in general. It's kind of almost too final. It's a stage too far. So I have boxed loads of cardboard up. I have boxed up some plastic. The recyclable plastic in a bag, and then I've got a bag of general, just can't do anything with it shit. So it doesn't sound a lot, but I will say that the boxes are utterly full of cardboard, so they're quite heavy. And I did actually clear a bit out from under the stairs to do it, so I did actually take a small chunk out of pile number 2. Well, I know it's okay, and that's the stupid part. I don't want it. Even Mount Crapmore, most of Mount Crapmore is literally, you know, if you took it, if the right people came along and took it all out and threw, you know, and burnt it in the garden, okay. For the few things in there that I might want to keep that are right at the very, very bottom, I'll buy a new one. It's not that I want it, it's just that I haven't got rid of it. Because getting rid of it makes me feel really hideous. If someone else does it, yeah, whatever. As long as I don't have to do it, that's fine. And that's really the sad part of my existence. It is my kind of, you know, biggest issue. However, you dirty up, mess up my servers and I will eat you. My servers are absolutely organised. I work on servers for a living. But yeah, you mess up my server and leave shit in all the wrong place, I will come for you. But I can't do it in my house. I can't do it to physical items. I can easily tie to data and computers, even my own. My own one is, I have 0 icons on my desktop. And I mean 0. I even hid like my computer and Internet Explorer. I have 0 icons on my desktop. I can prove it. Hang on. Desktop. There you go. There you go. Absolutely none. I do not have icons. I have my hotbar at the bottom. That's it. I don't even normally use the start menu. I literally do have none. So yeah. And as you can see, I didn't have time to hide any. Nope, that's just my desktop. It is black. Like my soul. Right. We have. So, for those who are wondering, this is how much thread we won yarn checking by. It's pretty good going. Oh, we start a new one. And before you worry, yes, this inner tube is pink. But the important bits is the numbers at the top and the numbers at the bottom. This says H60. This says H60, although it looks more like an N. Actually, it does say N. I think that's the batch. And then 001 is the one. Because 60 is the size. And 001 is the colour. So it is the same shit. Oh no, that is an N. It's just looking a really shitty N. I don't know if it will focus on it for you. I don't know if you can see that. Hang on. Let me do this. Where's the word's gone? Focus on it, you turn it. For goodness sake. There you go. It's not the best N. It kind of could be an H if you're not paying attention. So, but they both say the same, so whatevs. Gummy bits of paper on it. Oh, and for those who also haven't seen it, I've got a little yarn holder that I put the spool on so that I can yank and how many more have we got? We've got 20, so it's just for my sanity, because, you know, do I have 20 bobbins? And the answer probably is no. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Yay! We haven't lost any. Hurrah! Because that's always my fear, right? Because I made these and I only made as many as I need, so... want to have lost any. Them have one roll off the edge of the couch or something and disappear in darkness. Because of course, being 90% black, they do merged with under the couch and down the side of the couch. Or for the dog to have run off in the garden and eaten it or something, you know. They haven't done that to me. I do know people they have done, well, dogs have done that to owners. Stolen some lace bobbins and chomped on them. I know how popular my two would be if they did that. Might be dog kebab on the menu if they did. I love them dearly, but you know, there are times. Yeah, like everything. Doesn't mean just because you love it doesn't mean it can't annoy you. One, two, three, four. Excuse. We're getting there, people. Nearly to the middle. Which means we've nearly got all of our bobbins. I can concentrate then on making actual lace. One, two, three, four. getting warm now, my fans stop. Alexa, fan on. So, for example, when I said that I've got some fatter stuff, so here's 20, and 20 is fat. It's got a bit of a mark on it, I noticed, but anyway, right. Right, so did I twist you? No. You seem to be getting longer. Fair enough. Well, that's pretty much all I'm doing here at the moment, isn't it? Just on a much smaller scale. I mean, decorative nets aren't really a thing. Now, the question is this the same line I stopped on the other side? Don't know if it is. I think actually it's one line too far, but there we go. It'll do. I'll give up on you then. Put this here. I mean, it's an arbitrary line. There is no need to stop for a line other than, well, if I make like an inch or whatever, and nah. So you kind of need to make a large circle and attach it to a very large lollipops bubble thing blower loop. Or a hula hoop with weights on it. So you can and chuck it and land on said bunny. how was your weather today, Naughty Cat? Because wasn't it due to be quite warm with you today? Or did they change their mind again? That's not too bad. finger something. There we go. Sit on the dog ball. A bit long really, but that's okay. That's why. Doesn't really matter which way round you twist, as long as you twist. Yes, that's the thing. Suddenly my right arm feels like it's made of lead. Go on, blood, go back into arm, please. One more to go. I think that is the same row. Could be wrong though. I think it is, you know. That was a good guess. So the next one will give me hang on. Oh, for 1 minute that didn't add up. That's right, I picked up 2 and there seemed to be 7 on the thing and I'm like, oh no! And of course I picked up 5, not 4, I don't know. Hey Nautical, my I don't know if you caught me saying the other day, but I found a bigger one of these pillows. Um, it's been shipped. I'm excited. Now, obviously, I don't need bigger. I mean, technically, the roller on this only has to be like this big, technically. But obviously, it gives space for the bobbins at the bottom. Um, so yeah, it's not always about the work, but obviously, it also means I could be making a wider thing with thicker thread, for example. But at 60 centimetres, now obviously that includes a bit of unusable area at the end. But if we say 50 centimetres, half a metre is a reasonable chunk of width there. So if I was going to say make me a shawl, not that I really do shawls, but I keep wanting to make one anyway because of the flies. Because that way they've got something on top of me which would be moving a bit, so discourage them from landing on me. It just kind of seems a really sensible thing. I mean, obviously I could weave myself some in, that would be sensible too, but since when was I sensible? Because weaving it would take next to no time whatsoever. Well, once I've set the loomer, but anyway. Well, I mean, let's face it, I've got my industrial strength tea towels, but they're too thick. I really want something light so that it's not warm, because obviously normally I'm wearing a jumper, well, in which case the flies can do what they like. I won't notice because I'm wearing a jumper. But the problem is when they land on my arms, it really, really gets to my soul, nearly as much as tidying. And so as a result of that, the flies come along and they kind of like flick me. Lace frame. Define. Don't have frames. Don't have frames. Define. You've probably used different words that I would have done, so at the moment I can't think of what you mean. Oh! Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. It is... I mean, for example, there is a guy out there, his website is dalelooms.co.uk, and for a lot of last year, he and I had many conversations, because he makes little wooden things, right? And he does make crafty wooden things. And he makes, it's not a past tense, he makes a very good large inkle loom, which takes about 8.5 meters. And I said to him that there is definitely a call for longer posts. There is definitely a call for a smaller unit. And he made a small unit and he sent me one to try free of charge. So, but I also bought one, and I customised it because I wanted it to be absolutely stupidly complicated. He has sold so many and he is so grateful. And he's the loveliest dude. And yeah, it's, sometimes you can want for something really simple, but people want to charge you a fortune. Well, I'm not saying his stuff's stupidly cheap, but it's a lot cheaper than everybody else's and very nicely made. Excuse you. Mr. Moth has met his maker. In case you didn't work out what that was. What a lovely smell. You. But he makes really good quality stuff. He ships it around the world, and He's a semi-retired gentleman, but he makes these looms in his spare time, and they're really well made. I had a discussion with him because when I bought mine, I managed to strip the tension peg, so there was a screw on it. Oops. Apparently it moved. You might hear a few more. You dead yet? You should be. Anyway, the tension peg has a screw on it, and it had a wing nut, and wing nuts are quite painful on the hands to tighten. And I asked him a casual question about, well, what size is that bolt so I can get big plastic handles? And he went, what do you mean? And I went, well, here's what the Ashford one has, and this is what I was looking at on Amazon, wondering if it'd be right. So he sent me some. And he sent me a replacement tension peg for the fact that mine was now stripped. And now all of his Inkle looms have big, lovely knobs on the tension things, so that it's easy to tighten without, putting it on cross and being weird and, getting a bit annoyed with it. But he also now puts, and it was my idea to put a metal bolt, not just in the end. So obviously if you have, we'll use this as an example. Oh, go away. You'll meet the same end as your friend, look. Watch this. No. You've managed to fly away underneath. Well, if you come back, you can try out the zapping machine. But if we use this as an example, just imagine that it's flat at the bottom, not pointy. He'd put in a bolt, and then you'd tighten a thing on the end. Well, if you put the bolt all the way through it, it's got a lot of stability, because the problem was it was getting easy for the peg to bend slightly, and then of course you tighten it at an angle, and so it sorted all of that out. Someone who from me then bought 12-inch long pegs. That's a bit freaking long, because he wants to make really wide things. But lots of people have bought them, and he is, John is such a happy guy because Liz suggested. And I took some pictures, so some of my pictures are on his website. You'll probably spot which one's mine. If you've seen many of my pictures, you'll know how I do things. You'll soon work out which one's mine. So yeah, he's a lovely guy. And as you say, Nauticelt, sometimes you just need to find the right dude. I mean, I could probably ask him to make me one. I mean, it's not like I couldn't make them myself, and I think that was part of the reason John enjoyed talking to me, was because I could put the crafting things into words that he could understand and explain in kind of woody terms, or more woody terms. I'm not going to claim I'm great at it, but more woody terms, some potential solutions and some ideas. And yeah, it's, like I say, he's very, very grateful because he's made loads now, and they're not difficult to make. And so he's made quite a few, and obviously he's a few quid better off for it. And deserves to be, because they're nice. But like everything, many of the crafting tools that we desire seem to come with a ridiculous price tag for what they actually are. So there are just times, it's not that we begrudge other people money for their craft, because, well, we of all people, most crafters, know how much time, effort and grief got spent into making something. But at the same time, when you're not talking of something difficult, and it is something that, should you have had access to the tools, you probably could have made yourself without any real training, you do feel a slightly ripped off that that you've not, that it costs you an arm and a leg. And only seems to come from out of Mongolia, you know. Um, but yeah, if you want to have a go at inkle weaving, Dale's Looms is your man. It's the same with weaving. There's a company out there I recommend for that, because not that, you know, they pay me or anything, but I recommend them because they are, again, thoroughly nice people. They know their crap. They're really helpful. I helped them a bit. I hadn't bought anything from them at the point. Actually, have I? Actually, yeah, I have bought something from them since then. But I hadn't bought anything from them at the time I got them into it. I'd asked them a bunch of questions and they were very knowledgeable. Oh shit, I need to count this one. Hang on. Undo. Get in there, people, get in there. We're nearly done. And then we just have the long track ahead of us. Two. Three. Four. Let me look for a particular song, see if this has got a song that's just coming to my head. Oh my god, it might. Hang on. No. It came up in the search, so obviously I'm not the first person to search for it. It's got a very similar feel to this. And for anyone who watched the Raccoons, now it might have been a UK specific version, so Naughty Cat, I'm looking at you. Not the Raccoons, run with us. I'll dig you out the YouTube link in a second. Cool. Yeah, you see, I think of twisters because obviously weaving, you often twist the ends of your work to instead of sewing them in, and of course we use little tiny crocodile clips, and why are you suddenly so much longer? Sweet. Really close now. 8 bobbins to go. And it's only 1 o'clock in the morning. Today is gone. You know how like some days you blink and it's like 10 o'clock at night and all you seem to remember doing is, I know, letting the cat out and making a cup of tea. And other days you've cured world cancer, you know, reunited 58 families, and it's only 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's just kind of sitting there going. Today has not been speedy because obviously I did some cleaning, which, you know, as I said, offends my soul, so did not pass quickly. Okay, hang on. Twiddling bobbins, dude. Hang on. Last one I got from you was about the vacuum cleaner. Oh. No, you're typing at me. Okay. Ah, I'll messaged. So, yeah, that's... I will past tense. Okay. No wonder I was confused. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm not picking on your grammar, I promise. I am the last person to pick on grammar. She's explaining why my brain farted at that. I thought you already had. Okay. You do that, and then when it goes ping, you confused the Liz brain cells. That's all you did. I mean, it's easily done, especially with words. twisty. It's really hard to run thread alongside a tape measure with your finger in between it, and there's a great sudden twist in it and it doesn't want to come untwisted, so which is why I keep whining about my tape measure twisting, because I don't have a long bench like Nauticelt to measure along the front of, otherwise I'd have super glued down a 1 metre or a couple of metres worth of tape measure stroke metal ruler, like I've done on my loom. My loom at the back has tape measures all over it because it's, well, useful there. This table that this is on, so this wobbly table, isn't long enough to have a decent bit. I mean, I could do 50 centimetres and more stints, but you know, I'd like at least a metre. Which, let's face it, this new pillow that's coming is nearly a metre long, so it's huge. Which is great, because, you know, my brain likes thinking of big projects. See what Nauticelt said, hang on. Right. Four. Nearly there. We will just have 4 more bobbins after this to go. 1 more pin. So, and then they'll all be on here, and we can concentrate on actually making lace. Huzzah! Oop, somebody died. B. My informed decision. There you go. I know how those decisions can go. After all, I'm the girl who put up a survey about things. And what do we pick? The first two I made. No, come on. You know, if I'm going to be such a pansy about picking them, I can hardly fight when someone picks one, can I? I mean, let's face it, if you're asking for someone to make a decision for you, and then go, oh no, I don't like that one, then you shouldn't have asked, did you? It's that kind of question, isn't it? It's the, I can't decide, someone decide for me, because whatever it is, my brain's not going to do this. You have to tell me what it is next. Well, obviously you don't have to do it here, you can always message me. By the way, for those who keep hearing that, you know, like Naughty Celts message me and EP can message me, yeah, EP and I have known each other for quite a few years now, I feel, but not through Twitch, so, yeah. EP knows a way to get hold of me, so do not be surprised that these people can message me. You can message me too, guys. You know, there's messages on Twitch. Yeah, it's not like I don't tell you all my social media handles, so you know you can always send me messages too. I mean, there's all of what, 6 of you at the moment. Let's not be pretending that, you know, it's like there's 20,000 of you and I'll be spammed to death here. I am not Mr. Beast or Asmongold here, right? You know. Oh, it reminds me. No one replied to my message. Oh, that's just because they're rude. It's certainly around then. Might even have been slightly before. I mean, we'd have to go digging to find out, wouldn't we? and I'm not sure that the time frames on the new system is going to be absolutely accurate. It's certainly somewhere around there. I mean, it is a matter of years. October 2023, apparently. Oh, quite a while. So yeah, apparently we started in October 2023. There you go. Does feel like a lot longer. Right. When did I start on Twitch? That's a really good question, actually. Hang on. I came to Twitch quite a while ago, so let's see if I can find an easy thing. Where did I come to Twitch? It's probably easier for me to work out from my own chat. Hang on. Created my account on the 9th of July 2016. So the day after my birthday in 2016. That was a freaking long time ago. I know. I mean, obviously I haven't been streaming that long, but... I think mainly I came to watch Super Bits and Bobs, actually. No, I did originally do gameplay. I played originally a game called Shroud of the Avatar. And I streamed a lot of that. And then they did dumb stuff, and I stopped. Actually, it's not quite true. Yeah. My original YouTube channel with my Raw account on it, not this one. Yeah, the biggest problem with Shroud of the Avatar was that I came to it when it was very, very early, and it had great potential, and the plans that they explained and laid out aligned with everything I ever wanted in a game. And I was really pumped for it, and I gave them some money to back them, and pretty much almost from the first day onwards, they kind of went that way, and I kind of wanted, and what I wanted was over there, and some poor decisions were made by original management, because it's now under different management, and well, the original management still seemed to have a hand in it, and the original management people had very far out is the only words I can come up with, ideas. One of them seemed to be constantly on something. I'm not saying he actually was, but he was very much Lovey's darling, which is not a problem, you know, you can be that. But when you're trying to talk about something seriously, it kind of is a bit weird. And, you know, he dressed Lovey's darling as well. And I have no problem with any of that. But as I say, for a game company, it was a little bit odd. The other guy is very well known in the gaming community. But like so much of his former products, he got bored, and they still have their names against it in a way. But the guy who is now running it had to buy it off them, which was a bit sad. But if I tell you that at one point, shame Archer's not here, but they raised nearly $20 million, and I shit you not, at least $20 million in backing prior to going live. And the two main people had got bored of it, and it was failing before it even launched. It was another one of those, people threw a lot of money at it, and where did it go? Now, writing games, as EP knows, is not a quick process. And if you do it in a studio with lots of intelligent and clever people, not a cheap thing to do. For EP and I spend most of the conversations we have about is trying to save money. But it is in regards to gameplay rather than in general life. Not trying to imply that EP's poor here. But it is, you know, it's too easy to spend a lot of money for not a lot, much like crafting, to be honest. And, you know, if you think of some of the American salaries, I mean, when there was the big hoo-ha with Unity, people were bandying around that, frankly, any normal Unity developer wouldn't get out of bed for less than 150k salary. I'm sorry. I earn like a fifth of that. And I've got, you know, quite a few years experience at what I do. I mean, I've been a programmer for 40 freaking years. Admittedly not commercially, but for a lot of that. Because I wasn't old enough to work at the time I started. But, you know, with all of that in mind, you know, yes, they had artists and office buildings to rent, and I'm not going to pretend that that was cheap, but to chew through 20 million seems a little bit high. And of course, because they'd chewed through 20 million, well, they'd had 20 million income, so had to pay Unity one of the higher rates. Whereas, for example, the lovely guys over at Monsters and Memories, who are doing a stress test as of... No, it's not next weekend, it's the weekend after. So at the end of my week off, bastards, you couldn't do it for the week I was off, could you? They're refusing our money. They're not taking any money. So they can arguably use free copies of Unity at this time because they're not making any money. And, you know, and yet the game they've made so far is far superior, and very much me. And frankly, I'd give them some money if they were taking it, because I really want to encourage them to keep going. They've got no intention of stopping, so I'm all right there. But, you know, in principle, I would happily give them some money because they are making everything that I want. Now, not because I want it, but because my ideas kind of align with their ideas. The only thing that I would differ on is they want everyone to group. I like to solo because I'm antisocial. But it doesn't stop me from playing their game. It just means it will take me a real frigging long time, and I may have to group for some of it. May, you know, it depends on how and what I want to do. You know, the game does not dictate thou must do this. So with that in mind, I don't have to group. I can do all the things that I want to do. And yes, I may reach a limit where without grouping I can't really get any further in that respect, but there's always something else to do. That's part of the beauty of these games. is that it's not about, you know, it's not like games of Tetris or whatever where you've got to get the next level, because you don't. You can just happily play the levels that you've got and do the things, and you know, there's always things to make and places to go, kind of thing. So, you know, yes, I mean, there are places that I haven't been to. Well, technically I've been, but I haven't seen, if you know what I mean. I've been over the zone line and gone, oh, so that where it is? And then I've run away because, well, frankly, it's a little bit scary because I know all the things in there are mean and horrible and are going to kill me. But I can always go back when I'm really big and solo it. So, I mean, it'll be too late and the gear that drops and all the rest of it might not be worth it. But it will still be, I can still go and look at it later. Got to count. Don't get me wrong, the guy who's currently running Shroud of the Avatar is a really, really nice guy, and I have a lot of respect for him. But the game has deviated from what I wanted in my game and where I wanted to spend my time, so I'm spending my time doing something else. I even stopped checking up on my town. I bought a town, don't ask. It costs a lot of money. Probably full of arseholes, but now I'm not sure I did 4. I must have done this, tons of it. Shroud of the Avatar. Yes. Yeah. It was originally started by a guy called Star and Lord British. So yes, Star and Lord British started Shroud of the Avatar. I didn't play any of them. And almost now, out of principle, probably wouldn't after what they did with that game. So, by the way, the latest thing that Star and Lord British left Shroud of the Avatar to do well, Lord British and Star left Shroud of the Avatar to go and do an NFT based game, which of course tanked and barely started. I don't know what they're doing, you know, kind of literally right now, but to be honest, I don't really care. I kind of didn't like them as individuals. Not that liking them is essential, but it was just something about them. They made me mad. They just kind of annoyed me. Before Shroud of the Avatar went live, they used to do telethons. Every quarter, there'd be a 24, well, at least 24-hour stream. And, you know, there was like a roulette wheel kind of thing, and you get discounts for things you could buy off the store, and, you know, stuff, and they'd do kind of like little dares and things, and it was all really light-hearted. And kind of, they then decided they wanted to do them monthly. I think because money was becoming a problem. And because lots of people had kind of bought into it all, but weren't giving him much. You know, they'd buy a few things on when they were on discount. Richard Garriott, yeah. And they changed the telethons to monthly. And, well, the first monthly telethon was in July, just before Lord British's birthday, which is kind of around the 4th of July. Okay. I think it's the 6th or something. Anyway. They raised quite a lot of money. So I'm not, you know, these telethons did usually raise like $150,000, right? In one day. And come that July, because it was July the 4th kind of time for the Americans, they kind of, it screamed, now whether this was true or not, but it screamed, they made like 90k or something. And then didn't. Well, who wouldn't, right? But this was part of the problem. They raised their money. They raised a shed load of money. And then, right? And, well, a couple of days later, oh, well, lots of people couldn't attend because of July the 4th, so we're going to do another one. Which very much screamed of, we're disappointed we only got 90k, we need more. Now, as I say, well, it kind of does, doesn't it? I mean, it kind of does. I mean, if you could, you know, it's not like you know don't know when the 4th of July is, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, it's kind of obvious when 4th of July is. It's a bit like Christmas. It's, you know, it's hardly a surprise. And so they did the next one, and they raised quite a bit of money again, and kind of went quiet, and then did another monthly one, and it just became almost like, you know, because they were now doing the monthly, people just hadn't saved up the cash to blow like they used to when it was quarterly, because, well, of course, you know, people have a finite amount of funds, and if, say, you've saved up $100 worth to blow on this stupid game and you blew it, well, you've blown it. You're not going to do it 3 times if you've only got, maybe you'll, you know, budget yourself to 30-something on the grounds that, well, you know, because they'd release new things for the next. They had stretch goals, and obviously people wanted to, but you only had to have like $5 in to count for the stretch goal. So obviously people would buy stuff they wanted and maybe throw in $5 so that they got whatever the stretch goals were. But then they stopped kind of doing the stretch goals quite so much, and they weren't quite so outrageous and so interesting because they only had a month to work on them. And, you know, it just kind of... And it wasn't very long after that they kind of announced that they were stepping down, and that, you know, it was going to be run by Atos or Atos, or however he pronounces it. And so there was a little bit of that kind of, I'm sorry, and then they went off and did their NFT thing. But by then, the game had already kind of degraded a bit. Not in terms of quality, but it just in the direction of where it was. Because they'd pandered, like a lot of games seem to do. They have a couple of big guilds who seem to have a direct line to the top. And it meant that people were, they were banding to what the guild wanted, not what everybody wanted. And it just took a lot of the fun out of it. They made it really easy. Which is not what I want from a game. I don't want it to be easy. I want to have to work for it. I want it to mean something. One of my videos that was on YouTube was how to get your Shroud of the Avatar, obviously after the name. Because you could do it in a day, and it didn't take that long. Once you knew a couple of things that were not obvious, and, really were not obvious, but as long as you knew what they were, and bear in mind, of course, technically my video showed you that, yeah, I could do it in, I think I got it down to like a couple of hours. Kind of disappointing, as this was supposed to be the pinnacle of achievement, Now, obviously, as I say, you had to know had to know a couple of things, but only a couple of things. One was about, from memory, bear in mind it's got to be a good few years since I've done this now. One was you could only do something at a certain time of day, and it was not obvious from any of the kind of game text that was the case, but it turns out that it was a certain time of day, and that once you did that, certain thing had, kind of worked or appeared, and you could then go on and fix it, kind of thing, and finish. But yeah, it was very much, it just got silly. They actually opened it up at one point, so that if you bought shares, you got special in-game items, and you had to have spent so much, of course, but you could get shares in it now. And of course, the problem is that I seem to recall there was a bit of a legal kerfuffle because, well, that kind of didn't work out. I don't know the full details on that because I was never one of the shareholders, so. But I did hear that something had gone down about it. But to be honest, I haven't really played it since my dad died. Not that that's necessarily related, but it was around that time. It was, is this really what I want to do with my remaining years? And the answer was, no, not really. My ability to pick up 2 pins is absolutely unparalleled. See, I did an awful lot of Shroud of the Avatar, or as one of the guys would tell you, the Deep Something Bear Simulator, because all I ever seemed to do was go to a particular zone and kill bears, because frankly it was the most efficient way I could get skill ups, so and I did many hours of that. Stupid number of hours doing that. But we did do some good things. I'm not going to say the game was completely bad. No, I can't say I played Naughty Bear games. That's okay, Naughty Cat. I screw up my sleep schedule a lot, and I really shouldn't, considering I have a job. What the hell? Yeah, my voice thing just went boop, 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 bob, bob, bob. Thanks, Naughty Cat. Sleep well. For those who don't know, Naughty Cat's also a Brit, so it is nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, and it is a good plan to go to sleep. My sleep schedule is well whacked now that I do this on a Saturday. I'm not going to say. You see, it's alright for you. It's 2 o'clock, nearly 2 o'clock in the morning for me. And Naughty Cat, so... Naughty Cat is a man wise of years, because... Sleep well, my friend. Yeah, Naughty Cat's wiser than it seems, because obviously I've got a day job, and and on Monday I've got to go and do my day job, and if I haven't sorted myself out, which I inevitably haven't, by the way, I then kind of don't want to get up in the morning and want to stay up all night during the week, and well, that's not really a good plan now, is it? Not when you've got a job. Does anyone else see the video when you hear this music in your head? Oh, you're all lightweights, miserable people leaving me on my own. Well, not on my own. But yeah, you're all miserable people. 6, 7, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Is halfway, which is right. Yay, all adds up. Let's fill in the gap. actually, this is one line less. Not that, as I said, it was an arbitrary line. Oh, I hadn't quite got it straight, but it's close. Doesn't really matter. And as I said, it's an arbitrary line rather than an essential, oh my god, it's all destroyed because I got it wrong line, you know. You're a bit short. Oh, come on, we just had this one. That's cheating. You can't do the same one twice. Okay. Well, it doesn't look very much, but we have all of our bobbins. It's only 2 o'clock. Wow. And I've been doing it nearly 4 hours, but I am pleased. Part of the reason I am making a flat line is I intend to go down to kind of here and then keep that rolling. Just had an interesting idea. Let me grab another stick. Hang on. I know what we haven't done today. Stick, 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 stick. Let me put these on a stick for a second. Put you out of the way. Now, I haven't pricked them yet, so I'm not going to do it just now. But I wonder if I glued them. Actually, this goes that way up. Yeah, it goes that way up. Because I did prick the end, which is why. So it goes like that. If I glued them, shame I haven't got any sellotape. Not that you really want the stick, mind. And it's more there, like that, but you know, principles. If I glued them together, that would make some sense. because then I don't have to worry about joining them later. Oh, I might do that. That's a plan for another day. But I would have to prick them all really before I did it. Out of interest, if I grab 2 of these, yoink, and drop them through this. So I just want to see where this comes on the... Ah, oh, perfect. It's wider than the... Because this is where you can't see it now. Let's do this. There's a thing for me to roll my lace round, and it's kind of mostly because this is not the straightest of edges. So it sits on the back, and you wind the lace round it to stop it trailing all over the place. So hence I bought one. I've got some with flat bottoms, and those who know that I have one with flat bottoms know that I have it with a flat bottom for a very, very exceptionally sensible reason. It has a flat bottom so that I can use it to hold threads flat against the pillow. So for things like buck's point and all the rest of it, where you start, and you want to go in 2 directions, so you put like a pair of bobbins down, but instead of a pair of bobbins over a pin so that they make a loop like I did with these, you have a set that go the opposite direction, and you stop them all coming any further and moving by putting this bar down, and then obviously the top of the bobbins all butt against the bar and can't get any closer. So right, so I don't need that again for a long time to come, hopefully. Oh, hello, somebody's dying. Oh, blimey, you were big. Yeah, not anymore. It might go off a few more times. Oh, cooking him. Yeah, I think you're dead now. He was a big moth. Oh no, he's still twitching, bless him. Sorry. I would have thought you were fairly well cooked, though. I'm not sure you have feelings anymore, though. I think that might have been, just residual current. Because there's no way... I watched it, like, lighting up at both ends like a frigging light bulb. So there's no way he was alive. Do I keep going for a little bit? Or do I... Yeah, let's do a little bit more. Let's go down this end and get to the top here. So get down to my first line. It's not an inch. We know it's not an inch, but it kind of was an inch, but there's no way that's an inch. I mean, for example, I put this at the top. See, it's an inch and a chunk, but there we go. Thank you. Really pleased to get all my bobbins on there. It's kind of important. Well, that was inevitably going to happen, but yeah, that's our inch mark. I'd have to count them. Hang on. Let's actually count them. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Hang on. Let's track ready. I've got to make sure these are all the right way up first, because that's not helping me. Let's put you down because you're the next one. So you're all the right way up. Yeah, that's the right way up. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So that's 39 inches. Okay, that's fine. So that's 273 inches of lace we're going to be making. So what we can do is make a counter. And a bit of text for my stream that says, you know, top right hand corner, like we had for the squares, but because obviously it was easier for those. You had triangles, but I can either do a thermometer that's made of 39 chunks and colour it in as I go, even though we work from the top down, or have, like, you know, 1 out of 273. Ooh, why aren't you twisted? That's not right. And as promised, if we find fuck ups, we're going to go back and fix them. Because we are not going to fuck this up if we can help it. Especially when it's not that far back. So, although how I fucked it up, I'm not quite so sure. But somehow, I forgot to do a bit. Easily distracted, I think, is the short answer. See, this isn't right, so... And as I explained earlier, I can't see why not. I think that's actually all that was wrong with it. Yeah, it is. I've done one too many. better. You look really wonky. Let's see if we can sort some of you out. Somebody else died then. And to be honest, they were obviously quite big because I heard them hit the floor. Or I heard them hit something on the way down. I think it might have been a beetle type thing. See, this is why I have it, because they keep coming in here. noise. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. No one else? No. We've heard this recently, thank you. Go on. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. know this was on earlier, but he's a bit further away. Ooh, someone else. Oh. Gonna have to dig a mass grave for bugs at this rate. Shoveling them out. I just realised we never sorted out our left-hand edge. We just kept doing what we were going to do. Shitbags. Well, it doesn't mean this one has to be the leftmost one, is the also answer to that. But that's annoying. Completely forgot about that. And I made such a big explanation about it as well. What an idiot. I suppose, to be honest, we could start it now. The reason it doesn't matter is obviously this bit, some of this bit will be in the strip across the top that I've mentioned that will be taking the weight. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I mean it would have made it nicer if we'd been doing it the whole way down. And I could undo it, I could. In fact, that is burning in my soul now. It is very much burning at my soul. Let's finish this. Because we don't need these. What I will do is I will get down to 1 inch for the first half, sort out that corner. That's halfway. You there. Yeah. May even not need you. We do, we only need a couple. So, undo this. Right. So, let's undo this corner. We've only got a few to do, so really needs to do a couple more rows to be free. Go and meet the nice zappy thing. Go on. Out my nose. No, you're not the one I want. That's not the one. Right. Do I really need to go back? One more? Yes, I do. One more. Slightly annoying. As you can see, it's not hard to undo it, because you just undo what you did in the first place. This will be it, so yeah, something's not right here. There we go. You come out. So, 1, 2. To be honest, if all I'd wanted to do, if I hadn't twisted it quite so many times at the edge, i.e. 4, I could probably have cheated just taking out those edge pins and pulled it tight, because they didn't have long to go, so they would have pulled tight back that far. I just twisted it slightly less, but 4 was a bit much. don't know what time it is for you, but it is 2:30 in the morning here, so, you know, it's not unreasonable. And tiredness comes when tiredness is in the mood to come, let's truly be honest. You can be tired at 1 o'clock in the afternoon if you've been busy and your brain's just not in it, or it's bored, or it can come up with all manner of stuff. It doesn't have to be related on the time, so. So you've been up 12 hours, that's, you know, that's plenty. Brains can get tired in that. That's why naps are a thing, you know. Ooh, ow, my hip. Ooh, that smarted. Oh. Right, now we've sorted that, we can put you back on here for a minute. Because my brain is going to cry now. Right. That's what we were doing, which of course is moving across to finish off our first inch. tips playing up. Oh, and my back. But I've only got a little bit to do. And then I'll call it a day because clearly my body's had enough. And it is heading rapidly to 3 o'clock. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I've got graphics to make and stuff. And I've got to get up reasonably early tomorrow because I'm sure I can find a few more things to pack up for my lovely neighbours to take to the tips. So, because they're being so kind, I feel like I've got to kind of do it to justify their help, you know. They're doing it to help me, not because they want to go to the tip. They're not going to a tip and said, hey, you got anything I can, you know, going to the tip. It was, we have booked it solely to take your stuff to the tip. So with that in mind, I do feel somewhat requiring to make it worthy of their kindness, you know. There we go. We have done our first inch, and a little bit, but our first inch. So, time to polish the back of my camera, because as always, it looks a bit like someone's been digging the garden with it. Actually, might do one a bit further away because she says glaring at it to check for errors. Still doesn't look like I've got a level. You know it's not. I am one pin out still. It's close enough. Given that it's not actually, it's a bit more than an inch. Anyway, it's looking pretty good. Nope, somebody else bit the dust. Anyway, thank you for joining me today. We have started our netcurtain again, and we've made an inch. Go us. I will make some graphics to go in the top right hand corner. Some of it will be kind of simple, so there'll probably be a couple of bits. There'll be a strip number, potentially a thermometer of the strip, and we will fill it in, and then obviously an inch tracker. I might also go next door and raid my weaving kit and actually put, now I've cleared the doorway of course, I can go and get my paper measuring tape, that's the word I'm after. I think that goes to a metre, I'm not sure if it does, but I'll check. If it goes to a metre we can use that, because obviously they're not going to last very long, but what I usually do is back them with a bit of masking tape so you can keep pinning them in the same place. As you reuse it as it goes round and round and round kind of thing. So I'll try and do that for tomorrow, but as I say, I've got to get up early, do some stuff for my neighbours, to be worthy of my neighbours, more to the point. And then I shall see you in probably 11-ish hours time. Yeah, I've got to sleep in that as well as do all of that, so that should be fun. But yeah, we have our first inch, everybody. As I say, thank you for coming. I'll be back in 11 hours, and for those of you who can join me then, I look forward to seeing you again. For those who can't, shame, but that's the way life goes, I guess, especially when I deliberately strain this late to allow other people to come, so that, you know, outside my normal streaming hours. So it's my own fault if you can't come tomorrow. But take care, everybody, and I shall see you again soon. Bye bye.